Good morning, Ms. Bowe.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. The witness for today is Nkwana Joseph Sibula, a Lieutenant Colonel, and he is ready to take the oath.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Colonel.
Sorry. Can you yourself state your full names for the record, please?
Nkwana Joseph Sebola.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm very sorry. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Colonel, Commissioners, just by way of orientation, for the first part of the session, we'll be making use of File 1, which contains Colonel's statement, and you'll see there are two statements in there. And we'll also be making a lot of reference to the exhibit file that's labeled Boyson's CAS 98 docket and Khan disciplinary. Colonel, just to confirm, in front of you, directly in front of you, there should be two files. One that contains your statement and another that contains exhibits. And the first part of those exhibits is the docket.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then later in the day, we'll also make use of, it's a file labeled a statement and annexures for a Ms. Maposho. But I will indicate that when we get there. Colonel, if we can then go to the file that contains your statement. Can you confirm that this is a statement that you have prepared for purposes of giving testimony before this commission?
Yes, I do confirm, Commissioner.
And if you can then go to page 5 of that statement, can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is indeed mine, Commissioner.
And then can you confirm that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct?
Yes, I can confirm, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, earlier in my discussions with Colonel, he indicated that when he was preparing the statement, he did so in a rush, and there are many details that are outstanding. So the approach to going through the statement, we'll first go through the background parts, but for what comes after paragraph 6, we'll go through it slowly with reference to what is contained in the docket.
And how will you deal with the second statement?
The second statement is an annexure and contains, by and large, what is already contained in the first statement.
Yes.
And then,
Perhaps the rush explains the confusion that I had. The reference to the many names and so on and so on. I got totally confused.
yes, Chair, we'll try to identify all of the role players as we go. And then just
I
to-
don't mean this in any, I'm not saying this in any derogatory sense, Colonel. I understand, as the evidence leader says, that you were in a rush to finalize,
Understood, Commissioner.
your statement. Thank you.
Colonel, if we can start with the first part of your statement and at least deal with the first 5 paragraphs which contain your background.
Starting at 1,
Yes.
it states that I started my policing career in 1992, 07, 03, and after passing out in December 1992, I was posted at a police station, as a Malabo police station as a constable. In 1994, I was promoted to the rank of a sergeant, and I was posted in the administration, of which focus area was logistics and finance. Then in 1996, I got transferred and worked at Capricorn Area Finance at Polokwane until 1999, when I got my promotion to the rank of a warrant officer and posted to Crime Prevention Polokwane Police Station. During December of the same year, I obtained my national diploma in policing from the then Technicon SA. In 2002, I was recruited to a detective section of the station in Polokwane, but started doing tracing of wanted suspects, or the so-called red dockets. And it did not take long, and I was tasked to investigate and investigated what was then called trio crimes.
What are red dockets?
Red dockets is the dockets that have been closed with warrants of arrest. That is why we are calling them red dockets.
It's not the same thing as cold. Is it called cold dockets or cold?
No,
cold cases.
No, it's red
not-
docket.
Okay. No.
Yes,
What's the difference between the two, cold cases and red dockets?
The cold, you might find the case has been closed with no suspect, and suspect unknown. Then either awaiting the outcomes, it can either be the DNA, the fingerprints, any other thing that may identify the person. Then those dockets were the cold dockets. Now, after having received that information, then it comes to life. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Colonel, what are trio crimes?
That will, at that time, we're investigating the crimes of housebreakings, we're doing carjackings, and yeah, those were my focus area.
Okay.
I have undergone the following in-service training: detective learning program, disciplinary hearing courses, organized crime investigators course, and 3008 basic computer competency. I'm currently studying towards my LLB with Regenesis Law School. So,
Colonel, before you move, can you also deal with, have you done any drug-related courses?
yeah, I think I was. When I started investigating drug docket, the first thing I was taken through was the drug identification workshop. I have also undergone a course which was offered by the United Nations on, it was a cyber element of crime, crime investigation, cyber elements. It was offered by the United Nations on drug and justice system. If I remember well, I can recall, my professor then was Professor, I think it's Sudart. Those were the courses and the training that I've undergone regarding drugs and investigations, and also undergone the courses of chemical identification, precursor chemicals and investigations. In fact, precursors to illegal drugs, Commissioner, to be clear.
Thanks, Colonel.
So in 2016, 0801, I got a post of a captain in the West Rand in Gauteng as an investigator. That is when I started investigating the same. Then the group, SANEP, was then moved to Johannesburg unit, and I was focused on South African Narcotic Enhancement Bureau. And within a short space of time, all SANEP members were moved to Germiston unit. In 2019 early, we were posted at OR Tambo International Airport to investigate drugs, economic protected resources, cases of illicit movement of money. And in early 2020, we were recalled to do the same work in Germiston.
It still remained within DPCI?
It still remained within the DPCI.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, when exactly do you join DPCI?
In 2016.
In 2016.
In 2021, 07, 09, at about 11, I received a call that we must go to Araten to attend to complaint of drug dealings. Then informed Warrant Officer Pume, Warrant Officer Machebe, to drive together and go to the scene. Since it was a year of COVID, Warrant Officer Pume opted to use other vehicle and drove with Warrant Officer Machebe.
Colonel, just before you move, let's start with who did you receive a call from?
Lieutenant Colonel Ludik back then.
And the two warrant officers that accompanied you, were they warrant officers at the time?
At the time, they were sergeants, both of them. Now they're warrant officers.
And, sorry, before we even go deeper into what happens on the 9th, when did you get promoted to Lieutenant Colonel?
2022, November 1, to Limpopo, where I'm currently, but still under SANEP. I'm heading the section.
You're heading SANEP for
Correct.
Limpopo.
Yes.
So would this be the same role that Colonel Steyn is playing in Gauteng?
That is correct.
Okay, you can continue.
We, together with Pume, arrived at the scene within 30 minutes after receiving the complaint. And there were people, if you can look at the statement I omitted, there were people at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I was approached by a warrant officer, Rekotso, who was at that time with Colonel Maluleke, the unit commander of Johannesburg.
And just to get a sense, Warrant Officer Rekotso's from?
Serious organized crime. In fact, he's within the DPCI with me, but we have got 3 divisions in serious organized crime.
Mm-hmm. What are the 3 divisions?
The other section that was where I was based is SANEP, concentrating on drugs and all this relevant legal drugs and illegal drugs. Warrant Officer Rekotso was from serious organized crime also, but he was at we call it now NPVC, which was violent crimes. They were specifically dealing with the cash and transit offenses, in short. And there is a section of EPR, which is for the economic protected species, which specifically deals with, amongst others, illegal mining and other things. So I was not in those two. Mine was in SANEP.
Okay.
Rehozo was in NPVC.
Serious
Yeah, he was on, we just say violent crimes.
violent crimes. Okay.
Yes.
And then this Colonel Maluleke, who's the unit commander.
Colonel Maluleka was the unit commander of Johannesburg
When,
DPCI.
in DPCI. In fact, we had the unit in Johannesburg, we had the unit in Germiston, we had the unit in the West Rand, we had the unit in Vaal, we had the unit in Pretoria.
and then you say that when you arrived, there were people at the scene. Can you describe what you mean by people at the scene?
Upon my arrival, there were people on the scene. Amongst them, there were police officers and the employee of the company at that Scania. But I was made to understand that company is not Scania, because they were just the agent responsible for accepting the, what is the better term for? There is,
Cargo,
we call them what agent?
shipping,
Shipping
transport.
agent. In fact, they are just receiving any items on behalf of their clients.
One of the clients being Scania.
One of the clients being Scania.
Okay.
Oh, so then when a shipment is expected for a particular company, does that company then come when the shipping arrives? Or is it received by this company?
Their duty, they are facilitating. Whatever consignment need to be brought to the company. In fact, they will be declaring on behalf of the client.
Are they the receiving agent?
They are the receiving agent. Thanks, Commissioner.
Just to understand, as the receiving agent, like in this instance, we know that Scania employees were at the premises. Was that normal?
Let us put it clear. Those employees there, they are not employed by Scania.
Okay.
Let's talk specifics. There was Miss Wenzel. I think another surname is
Jolene.
also used. Jolene, I think.
Jolene Wenzel.
Yes,
Kokomo.
yes.
She's working for the shipping agent,
Not for Scania.
not for Scania.
There was also a man, I forget his name completely.
The one who cut open the container. I know.
Maybe if you mention the name, I'll remember. What's the name? It doesn't matter.
They
So
want-
he too worked for this receiving.
They are working for that clearing agent,
That okay, all right,
the clearing agent.
all right. Thank you.
So
thank you.
Elias Mosetla and Mtungwa were
Yes.
also, so they are all employed for this
They-
receiving.
according to the information I received, those people I was informed they are working for the clearing agent.
All right. So, and the police officers on your arrival, where did they come from? Or could you identify the various police at the scene?
There were various police officers,
Yes.
and then there were others. I can't remember the vehicle, but they were driving marked car. One of them that I've identified, there was Captain Optov, who was in uniform.
I think that's from the flying squad.
And then they are from the flying squad.
Yes. Yes, so you could identify those that were from the flying squad from their marked vehicles?
And later on, as and when we were progressing, there were others that I have identified, but they were just onlookers.
Okay.
That is why they could not appear anywhere in my statement.
I'm sorry, I may have missed this. Did you say Optof was one of those from Poisons or not?
To me, he said he's from Flying Squad.
Or Flying Squad?
He is the one of those who were manning a roadblock before this incident. Yes, Commissioner.
He was not in the marked vehicle that parked in front of the black.
No, he was
Nissan.
not.
No, not. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
And how many people approximately do you think were around the scene, in and around the scene?
Commissioner, to be precise, they might be over 20 or more. There were a lot. There were people, a lot of people.
Okay. And then you say you were approached by Warrant Officer Rekotso. Was he expecting you?
Yes, this is what he said. My colonel phoned your office. My colonel, he was referring to Colonel Maluleke. Can you please assist and take over? Because what is happening here is a chaos.
Okay. So I'm assuming then it means that he had informed his colonel of the chaos.
Yes,
And
that is
his
why
colonel calls your colonel.
His colonel phoned my office, which later on I picked up that he phoned General Kado.
Okay. Then we can go to paragraph 8.
Warrant Officer also pointed to me marked Poison's police vehicle, and he said to me he was contacted by his nephew, who is the police sergeant driving that marked Poison's vehicle that blocked the black Nissan buggy, which the driver wanted to drive away. That was the first information that I got. Rekotso then said, Colonel Maluleke contacted General Kadwa, and they are suspecting bags in the black Nissan buggy are drugs. They could not take over the scene, and therefore I must talk to driver of the marked Poison buggy, to whom I introduced myself, and he became known to me as Sergeant Ndo.
Okay. Colonel, just so that we can see a better picture of what you were looking at, can we go to that exhibit bundle and let's go to page 19.
Yes, 19.
Yes, 19. If we can start with picture 2, because I think that shows.
Will it be
Maybe perhaps-
flighted? Thank you.
Maybe you can describe what we're seeing in that picture.
Okay, Commissioner, I think before I end, when you enter that company, there are 2 gates. You enter the first gate, then you were going to turn. Then when I turned, the first vehicle that I came across was this BMW. But I did not take notice of that it belongs to the people that are in here. Then that is when I proceeded through where this truck with a yellow cap is standing.
Okay, so when you say Warrant Officer Rekotso pointed you to a marked Boyson's police vehicle, what was he pointing you to?
Next to that truck, there is a white marked police buggy, just standing in front of the black, but on this picture it's not that much clearly visible, but how I know the scene, it is standing in front of the black buggy.
If I please show photo 2 on the same page. Is it that one there?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Perhaps if we can go to page 40.
40.
Oh, my apologies. Let's start at page 37. Picture 33.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, can you confirm that that's the marked vehicle, the police van? And then
Yeah.
you'll see behind it marked B.
Yes,
Is that the black buggy?
that is the black buggy.
And then a better picture or from a different angle is at page 40.
That is correct, is this one.
Page 41, photo 40.
Yes. If you can go to page 41,
Yes,
photo 40.
yes, it's the one.
All right. Then you say that he told you that the marked police vehicle was blocking the black Nissan because the driver wanted to drive away.
You wanted to drive away.
This is now conveyed to you by records from the nephew.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Then we can proceed to. You then introduce yourself to the person that you knew as Sergeant
Boy,
Doe.
can I just get some clarification before you move on? You say that Colonel Maluleke said they couldn't take over the scene.
No, I did not speak to Colonel Malule. This is the communication between me and Warrant Officer Rekhotso,
Okay.
who was saying, Colonel Malule contacted your
Okay.
office,
Okay.
of which I realized that he contacted General Kadu.
And where you say, now if you look at that page 2, still at paragraph 8, Rikotso then said Maluleke contacted General Kadwa and they are suspecting the bags in the Nissan Baki are drugs. They could not take over the scene. It is that part that I'm just wanting to clarify.
Yes, we
You were
as-
told by Rikotso.
I was told by the host.
Okay.
Then we as SANEP we have to take over the scene.
Yes, that was going to be my question, that how does it work, this taking over the scene from people that you found there? So, as in Rikotso and Maluleke could not take over the scene because they are not in SANEP? Is that what it means? And I ask the question because with the past witnesses, there's been a discussion about taking over the scene from the original person who arrived at the scene, and you eventually take over the scene.
Yes.
But we had another witness yesterday saying the scene was handed over to them by the original, I think the first responder. So I just want to understand the practice, how in fact it works. If you arrive at a scene, what informs one officer taking a scene over from another? Is it seniority? Is it specialty? What exactly happens?
The reason why we were called to the scene first, we are specializing in drugs. Once they say drugs are involved, we are the team that can deal. When they say, when you arrive at the scene, you suspect something, call the necessary people. We are amongst the necessary people. We are the one who can say, yes, indeed, we can confirm these are the suspected drugs. Then we can also confirm we are suspecting it to be this type of a drug. Unlike for Rikhotso to take over, having no knowledge, then he still have to. Now we are becoming too many on the scene. Instead of just shortening it to say, no, let me not take over. Let these people arrive, then I will tell them what to do. Then that is what Rikhotso did.
Would you say that is the general understanding within the SAPS, that's how it should work? It's you
That is
hand
how
over
it should
a
work.
scene to the people that are trained, who specialize in that area.
We specialize in that area.
All right, thank you.
That is why even when it is a scene of explosives, even myself when I arrive first, I have to evacuate people.
Yes.
Call the necessary people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Colonel, just to make sure we understand, at this point, from the evidence that we've heard, there was initially the first two accused, that was Mr. Mashaba and Officer Mahan. They were there as having taken charge of the scene in loose terms. Then it's Officer Pakula who follows next, and he says he then takes over from those two. Here, I just want to understand, because there's the Boyson's police officers, Sergeant Doe, and then you are conversing with Rikhotso, who had spoken to Malulek. Who exactly at that point was seized with the scene?
Maybe to put it clear,
Yes.
Mashaba and Mohana arrived first. This is what I got.
Yes.
And this is what this is the information I got from both Ndo and from Jolene Wenzel. What was surprising, I will start with that one. When I got informed by Jolene, he says, these people, they are identifying them as crime intelligent hawks. This was his explanation. Then I said, we don't have such. We cannot have crime intelligent hawks. What did they produce to support what they are telling you? What I was informed, they just flagged something with a police emblem in front of them. This is what I was told. I'm told by Jolene Wenzel. Because if he had names, or the name of Mohana specifically, as he was the one who was flagging that, he would have known. He will say, no, this is Mohana who approached me. But he said this, and this tall one, Mashaba was a bit taller than, he's saying this tall one is keeping everybody at toes, was Vurvai. That is what he was saying, because Jolene could also say a bit of Zuluid and Afrikaans, because that is then I understand, no man, that cannot be the behavior.
Colonel, in fact, on page 267 of that same bundle, that is Jolene's statement. In
267.
in paragraph 3.
Yes, I got it.
Yes, so maybe just read paragraph 3 and then it confirms what you've just said to the commission.
He was with two African males who were driving a gray VW Golf, and they have introduced themselves as police officers from crime intelligence. He said this gentleman produced cards, and he asked them if they have the SAPS container stop form, because this is normally the procedure followed when stopping a container.
Maybe you can stop there. I just wanted to confirm that Jolene does confirm what you are just telling us now.
That is correct,
Thank
Commissioner.
Colonel, before you run away from me, what I was just trying to establish before we get to all of the things that happen is because there's the sergeants from Boysons and there's now Warrant Officer Rekotso, who was seized with the scene at the time that you are then told to take over. Is it the Boysons police officers or was it Officer Rekotso
Who did what?
who had the scene, was the custodian of the scene at the time?
At the time,
Yes.
the person who still has the custodian of the scene is Sergeant Ndo.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So then that then informs your decision to speak to Sergeant Ndo as the,
As he is the person who is in charge.
all right. Then you proceed to talk about your approach to...
Was it ever brought to your attention that Warrant Officer Pakula was in charge of the scene at all?
I was only...
I'm asking this.
No, it was not.
Yeah, I'm asking this because he told us that he was in charge. He took over from. It's very difficult to say from whom exactly between the two, between Chief Mashaba and Mohan.
It was never.
So it was never brought to your attention. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Paul.
And then similarly, was it brought to your attention that the other Malulek was a custodian? The DPCI Malulek?
Commissioners, then this Malulek, I realized later that he was among the group of the onlookers. He was there, but I did not identify him when I was there at the scene, because since I said there were many people, but I realized it only came to my attention that he was amongst those group of onlookers.
All right. Then we can move to paragraph 9.
I then approached Sergeant Ndo, and he confirmed to me that the person driving a black Nissan buggy loaded with black sports bag was leaving, and he then blocked him with the marked police buggy. And I approached the driver of that black Nissan who was seated in the buggy and identified himself and to me as Warrant Officer Morana.
When you say he was leaving, just be clear, do you mean the buggy was driving away?
The buggy was driving out of that scene.
So in other words, it was leaving the place
It
where
was
it was
leaving the
parked.
place.
Yes.
That is the reason why
He blocked.
he blocked. Then he called. I understand that is when he called the Khozo and others.
So is it your understanding that if the police van had not blocked the black buggy would have left the campus where the scene was?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Did you say he was, when you got there, Warrant Officer Mokhane was sitting in the buggy already?
That is correct.
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side.
Did you find out whether he was sitting there because he was preparing to drive out before he was blocked, or he had been instructed by one of the police officers who arrived on the scene to get into the buggy and sit there? Did you find that out?
That he did not bring it to my attention.
Okay, so
because
you don't
I
know.
also had a chat with him.
Yes.
I asked him.
So you don't know how he ended up in the driver's seat at that
Commissioner,
time, other than what Ndo told you?
Commissioner, to clarify, I asked him, I understand you have loaded these bags and they come from this container. What are you doing? He said, no, I was taking them to my station. Then I said, why? At that time, when I was still talking to him, he pulled out a cell phone. Then he wanted to call. I could notice that in that call, he was phoning Brigadier Loela. Loela worked with me at Jamestown, but he was the provincial commander of serious corruption investigation unit. He was a brigadier. Then I said, call him. When he was calling, that is when the same brigadier was trying to call, and General Kadwa and Colonel Ludik then arrived.
I want you to clarify because Commissioner Baloyi is asking you an important question. Sergeant Ndo is one of the people who were in the marked police van.
Correct, Commissioner.
So they were the first police proper to arrive at the scene. There were no other police other than Mokhane and Mashaba. So Commissioner Baloyi's question is, are you sure that the reason why Mokhane was not in his vehicle was because other policemen had instructed him to sit in his vehicle? But my understanding of your statement is that there were no other policemen at the time because Ndo and his colleague were the first policemen to arrive at the scene, and they are the ones who blocked Mokhane's vehicle from leaving.
That is correct, Commissioner. They are the ones who blocked. There were no other police that I was told that they gave such instruction to either to stop or to drive out.
Just complete that picture. What would have happened to the scene itself? You have experience in investigating drug issues. If Mokhane had left with his bakkie loaded with what we now know to have been this consignment of drugs, if he had left that campus where the logistics company is, what would have happened to the scene itself and the investigation of how the drugs got there?
Commissioner, we will remain with nothing to investigate. Because if that bag was, when we arrived, was not at the scene.
The drugs were not there also.
And the drugs were not there. The only thing that we were going to find inside that container, it was the cap, the Scania caps. So there was nothing illegal to investigate for us.
And then tell me, is it not a criminal offense to impersonate crime intelligence officers? So when Mokhane and Mashaba arrive at this campus and they identify themselves as members of crime intelligence, is that not an offense? I'm not sure what the position is. That's why I'm asking.
It is, Commissioner. It is. It is a criminal offense to impersonate somebody.
Even if you are a police officer yourself or you are a traffic officer?
Because, why am I saying this? I know that which because I must state who I am, so that it can be clear going forward what type of crime, because I am investigating. If I'm not investigating, I cannot come here and say I'm investigating. My work is this and that. If maybe I'm a handyman in the police, I cannot come and say I'm a warrant officer. I'm a handyman. My responsibility is to deal or fix with vehicles, lights, or this and that.
Thank you, Advocate.
Sorry, as you see the Colonel, are you in a position to identify the exact provisions that say if you are a police officer, you cannot identify yourself as belonging to a specific section of SAPS to which you actually do not belong?
Even though I don't have provision, but I cannot substantiate with any document. But my understanding is that as police officers, you have to identify yourself as who you are.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that it's otherwise. I just wanted to.
No, thanks.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I just ask, the You say you were told that he introduced himself as, they introduced themselves as
Yes,
crime intelligence from the Hawks.
from the Hawks.
We know there's nothing like that,
There's nothing like that.
as you tell us. But the function that Warrant Officer Makhane, which is CIMEC, he's in CIMEC at that police station, is that does a person in that position get referred to as a crime intelligence officer?
No.
Is he correct to refer to himself that way?
No,
So he's not a crime intelligence officer?
no, he is not.
Okay.
He told us that his section, the stats section that Commissioner Baloy just referred to, falls under crime intelligence. Do you know anything about that?
I remember calling his station commander, seeking clarity, because when you get this information about the member, you have to do calls. Colonel, I can't remember who's that.
It's Chauke.
Chauke.
Go to 196 of that bundle. He does deal with that.
I have got this member at the scene. Do you know him? Yes, I know him. This is what he is. He's relating to me. Are you aware that he is at this type of a place? No, I'm not aware. That was his response to me. Because it was me who made a call to him after even getting the number from him. Then, what work is he doing at the station? He explained. Can you, what I said, because I am suspecting something here, can you, in the meantime, prepare for me his PEP file? That will clarify his job description for me so that I will be able to use it at a later stage. Then he said, yes, I will as well send one of the people from my section that will come and obtain your statement in relation to the activities of this member. Are you free? He said yes.
Yeah. If you could just answer it directly, do you know or do you not know whether it's what is CIMEC? What is it? Yes, whether it falls under crime intelligence.
It does not fall under crime
It
intelligence.
does not. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted.
Colonel, before we leave that paragraph, what I wanted to take you to is the statements of the two officers. So maybe we can start with the statement of Ndo, which is at page, if you can go to page 306.
Yes, I got the statement.
Yes, and if you then go to paragraph 4, he deals with his arrival at Scania. Can you see that at paragraph 4?
Yes.
Can we just go through paragraphs 4 and 5? Can you read that?
On our arrival at Scania IRA 10, at the gate, we were met by a security officer at the gate and was escorted to the reception area where we found a black Nissan buggy with registration number with this next to the buggy, and we look. Next to the buggy was a yellow truck with registration number 8.
No need to read the
Okay.
registration. And then paragraph 5.
Whilst I got out of the vehicle, I was approached by Warrant Officer Mohana by showing his appointment card, and who introduced a traffic officer named Mashaba and followed me that they were, told me that they were following information in regard to drugs from Ireton to Scania Ireton since yesterday, and informed us, myself and Makumbula, that they are
going to,
they are going to arrest the drug driver for possession of drugs
because they
they informed the bags they
loaded,
no, is it loaded?
the bags
But
loaded,
it seems they intend
loaded at the back of
they
the
loaded
bakkie
the
contained
bags.
drugs. Can you see
The
that?
bags loaded at the back of the Scania drugs, and that they are going to book the bags
At Saps Alberton.
at Subs Alberton. Then the suspect, the drug driver, he informed them that the bags, as well as the suspect,
Suspect should be booked.
that
Yes, that the suspect should be booked.
should be booked and detained at SAPS Boysen
Should be
because
booked and detained at Subs Poisons because
because
the drugs were recovered at Subs Poisons
Boysen's
area.
area.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's fine. What I want you to perhaps comment on is he goes on in that paragraph to talk about their argument between themselves and officers Mahano and Mashaba regarding where the exhibits and the suspects should go. But if you see his account of when he arrives and what happens, he doesn't include there the crucial information related to their attempt to leave. And that's it's an important thing because that's the basis upon which everybody else is radioed out because they are police trying to leave with exhibits.
That point is not highlighted in here.
Yes. And I don't mean for us to go to that statement as well, but if you look at the statement of Makumbila, who's the partner to Ndo, right, which is at page 140, we don't need to go there. He also doesn't mention that there was an attempt by Mahano and Mashaba to leave, and that's why they had to block them. You can take my word for it, but we can also go there if you are unsure. And then the other thing I want to show you is if we go to page 123. And at page 123, oh, sorry, let me just wait for you to get there.
Yes, I'm at 1, 2, 3.
That's the access to information request that you made to get the radio, the transcript of the radio conversation between the 10111 desk and Sergeant Doe.
Correct.
And just for good measure, you'll see in Sergeant Doe's statement, he confirms that he is BS12, things like Bravo Sierra 12.
Yes.
He says so in his
Yes.
statement. And if you look at this conversation that he's having, where he's having to report back to the 10111 desk, if you look at 2.30, at the bottom of the page, that's where the report back happens.
1, 2, at 1, 2, 3.
Yes, oh, sorry, my apologies. The next page, 124.
Yes, 1, 2, 4. Yes.
The report back is at 2.30.
3, 0. Yes.
where the controller is asking them for an update, and he responds there at 11:23:22 a.m. Can you read that?
At 11:23:22 a.m. BS12.
Yes.
Yes, BS12. At that complaint, I written truck hijacking. The truck was not hijacked. The truck was being escorted by the police. They suspected that there was something wrong under the truck, and the truck was opened and found drugs inside the truck. The driver will be arrested. There is only one suspect.
Yes. Now, again, just to point out that even when Sergeant Doe gives a report back to the 10111 desk, he doesn't mention that there's a crime happening, i.e. police officers trying to leave with the drugs. Instead, it looks like he's reporting back that there's an operation happening where police have discovered drugs and that the truck driver has been arrested.
That is correct. That is that way.
Yes. So, and just to complete the picture, just on this point, if you look at the statements of other people who were there at the scene, whether it's Ms. Wenzel, Mtungwa, who was there to unpack, Masetla, who had to cooperate with loading the bags, all of them don't mention anything related to the truck, the bakkie wanting to leave.
That is correct.
And on my study of this docket, the people who mentioned the bakkie trying to leave are not the ones that were there at the time. So, for example, Mohoboya also hears it third hand that the bakkie was trying to leave. Maybe another important person to note is Walker from Scania, who arrives at the same time with Ndo and Makambili.
Yes.
He too mentions nothing about the truck trying to leave, the bakkie trying to leave.
Yes.
Yes, so is it not strange that the people who were there at the time, particularly when the Boyson's vehicle drives in, none of them, including the sergeants involved, mention the Mahano's attempt to leave with the drugs?
It is strange.
Yeah. So are we going to leave it as it's just strange?
No, we cannot leave it as like it is strange.
Yes.
Commissioners must be informed about the incident. When we are the first member at the scene, the people that you called to the scene, or one should say, if indeed there was a legitimate operation, normally, after this feedback by Sergeant Ndo to 10111, what should have happened was for Ndo to say, all those who were called to the scene can cancel because the operation is clean. Then again, why am I saying that it's strange for Ndo not to state what he said? Because he even goes further. He phoned his uncle, who's warrant officer Khozo, to say, this is what the scene looks like. This is what this person is saying. And fortunate enough, Johannesburg unit is not far from Ireton. They went there. When I arrived, Warrant Officer Khozo is still having the information, the first-hand information he got from Sergeant Ndo. After receiving that from Sergeant Khozo, I interviewed Sergeant Ndo. Sergeant Ndo gave me the very same picture, that the reason why you see me stopping in front of this vehicle, it was about to leave. I had to block it. Then they were afforded opportunities after all these things was handled to go and make statements. You must remember, I, as the investigator, I don't have to, because now it's my scene. I have to investigate. I don't have to look into what, because I must rely to what you told me first. When we are making statement, it is not supposed to be me who's obtaining my statement, as if maybe we are trying to build up something towards our goal. No, he made his statement somewhere to somebody, not to me. But his explanation differs to what now he is writing under oath. It's indeed concerning.
And
See,
Colonel-
it would be it would be different if the discrepancy related only to what he said in a statement made some time after the event. But now we are talking about a contemporaneous response made at the time of the radioing between him and the receiving end, the radio receiving end. And as I say and I emphasize, this is contemporaneous. It's happening, you know, as matters are unfolding at the stage. So it's totally different to or from a situation of a narration of a historical event, a narration that takes place in a statement. Do you see what I mean?
You are
This
correct.
appears to be contemporaneous, and
You are correct. I also had a chance to check at the date at which the statement was deposed. Then, indeed, it was on the same day. You are therefore correct, Commissioner, to say it's a spontaneous thing.
all right, thank you.
If I understand you correctly, you are saying, just looking at page 19, photo 2, same bundle, you are saying the only reason for the sub's vehicle to park in front of the black bakkie was to block it from leaving, because there could be no other reason for them parking in front of it when there's so much parking area nearby, or even park in front of the truck if they wanted to. And
They
you
could-
say the only reason for them parking directly in front of the black bakkie is to prevent it from leaving.
That is correct.
And there can't be any other explanation, because if that was not the case, they would have parked anywhere else except in front of the black bakkie.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And that was really your response to Advocate Paul.
That is correct.
Although you accept that in the written statements, this part about them blocking the vehicle and why they blocked it is not there. And we
Yes.
must accept that it's not there.
It's not there.
Yeah.
I must accept.
That paragraph in that page 124, that report by
100 and
124, that transcript to the center, to the control center, the one that you were reading, this is no reporting, BS 12. Remember where you were reading? At 2.30, 11/23/22.
yes.
That report back that you were discussing now. You see where I am?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't the possible explanation for that kind of report by Ndou, where he says the truck was being escorted by the police, it's not a hijacking, is it not explained, perhaps, that kind of report by the fact that the original report was that there is a truck hijacking? And so he went to look at this, and the report he got, what he was reporting back is it's not a truck hijacking.
I think
It's a truck that was being escorted by the police.
I can also think that way, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Then, Colonel, in In relation to Officer Mahane being seated in the vehicle, did you come to know of General Khan ever being on the scene?
No,
And the role that he may have played?
no.
All right, thank you. Then we can go to paragraph 10. Oh, my apologies, I think you covered this, that he was trying to call Brigadier Luel.
You are told? Yes.
Then I think we can go to paragraph 11.
On paragraph 11, Colonel Ludwig then arrived immediately after the drop. In fact, it was supposed to be after he dropped his phone with General Kadwa and Brigadier Loyal. Then I approached Colonel Ludwig. We were then joined by Colonel Kekana, the unit commander of Serious Corruption Investigation in Johannesburg, who was with, it was supposed to, Johannesburg, who was with the section commander at the same unit, Lieutenant Colonel Mabasa. Warrant Officer Rekhoso and his unit commander, Colonel Maluleka, then joined, together with Brigadier Luela, they joined us in that meeting.
Okay, maybe let's take a step back. Colonel Ludwig, you say arrived immediately after dropping his phone with General Kadwa. So they didn't arrive together?
They arrived together. But after having arrived together, because already at that time, I requested the people not to be nearer the scene. They stopped where other members of the police and members of the same company were stopped. Then the person that I spoke to was Colonel Ludwig, but he arrived together with General Kadwa and Brigadier Loyal.
Just so that we can locate what you are saying, can I ask you to go to page 103? That's just the sketch plan. That was drawn by Warrant Officer Woods. It seems to be showing us a kind of an aerial view.
Yes.
So when you say, when did Colonel Ludwig and Kadwa arrive? Do you recall?
Commissioners, if I can, in fact, at that scene, it did not take, in fact, we were arriving in drips and drabs. It was not taking, like to say, 10, 20 minutes to arrive. When we arrived, we were still busy, this one arrives. When we were still, this one arrives.
Okay. So from your position, you were talking to Officer Mohana when they arrived, but you say they stopped where other officers were.
Where other officers were.
If this is of any assistance, can you show us on the sketch plan where they were standing approximately?
On paragraph 103.
Page 103.
On page 103.
Yes. The C and D would be
the BMW.
The BMW.
Yes. Just in line with the BMW and this. They were just in line where people were stopped. But they stopped in a position where you can still see the BMW and this other vehicle, but they were in the middle here.
Okay.
In the middle of.
So between warehouse 2 and 5, somewhere in the middle.
If you can look at A, B, C, and E.
Yes.
Then you see container. There were 2 containers.
Yes.
It's a container.
Yes.
Just not far from this last container, That is where other people were stopped.
All right. And so it's Colonel Ludik who then approached you.
Then Colonel Ludik approached me.
And on his approach, what was the discussion there?
I was just informing him that something sinister is happening here. And then, at that time, we have not yet opened the bags. We have not yet offloaded the bags. We have not yet cordoned the scene.
Yes.
I am informing him something wrong is happening. Our members are involved in other things that is not aimed at assisting us to arrest the suspect.
Okay.
I was giving him, I was presenting my version to him. Further to say, these members, their intention, according to the information, they were about to leave. I suspect, or I can conclude by saying, by leaving that area, Colonel Ludik, these people, they are defeating the end of justice. We are not going to get whatever we wanted to. Then, Colonel Ludik said, then what are your intentions? When we were discussing, then we are joined by, we were not at the scene, somewhere apart. Then we are joined by Rehotso, Colonel Maluleke, Colonel Kekana, Colonel Mabasa, Brigadier Luela also.
And at this stage, where is General Kadwa?
General Kadwa did not come to me.
Okay. And
So-
didn't attend this briefing? that
So, Brigadier Luela said, he is here only on behalf of anti-corruption. But by the explanation, the people cannot be charged for anti-corruption if they are defeating the end of justice. And we are already saying drugs are involved. Then, Sevola, this is yours to handle. That is.
Can I ask you a question? You are an experienced police officer. You've dealt with drug busts before. You told us that you underwent the training. Looking at this photo that we were looking at on page 3 and where the various vehicles and the various trucks were, can you think of any reason,
Page
103, the one that we were looking
sorry.
at now before, the
Oh,
sketch?
sorry. Yes, I'm looking at it.
From a policing perspective, can you think of any reason why those bags would have been put in the back of the bakkie? Because you are arriving there, you're seeing that these bags that could possibly be drugs are in the back, whether it was living or if it was stationary.
Yes.
Just now you see them there in the back of the bakkie. From a policing perspective, can you think of any good reason why those bags were in the back of a bakkie and why they were not placed on the floor so that the exhibits can be dealt with properly?
Commissioner,
Just pause there for a moment. All right, you remember the question?
yes,
Yes.
Commissioner, what I can tell the Commission is that in the first instance, the person who loaded those bags was not supposed to load them in his bag. That is the first thing. And the second, he should even not have offloaded them from the container if he wanted to maintain, to retain the integrity of the same consignment we are investigating. That was also put to him by myself to say, looking at these bags, none of it has been opened to substantiate what we are saying, your allegation of saying these are drugs. Can't you see that we are putting your life in danger? Let me assume that the same bags that we have loaded are explosives. We were going to be faced with a very serious sin of if those explosives exploded here. Then he did not have an answer, and of which I'm still saying he should have maintained the scene as is. As is does not mean that the drugs should have been in the bags, not drugs. The bags shouldn't have been in his bag. That is incorrect. That was incorrect of him to do that.
But is there a reasonable explanation? I mean, because he would have explained to you why they were loaded in the back of his bakkie. I mean, based on what he told you, is that reason acceptable or it's just complete nonsense?
Thus, there was no reasonable explanation. Everything that that was, in fact, to say that was indeed complete nonsense that he was explaining.
Don't use my language, please. I couldn't find a better word, and
Okay, no,
just
okay.
on the spot I had to.
His action there were not supposed to be that. I can even substantiate to say he did not know. He explained to me, do you know drugs? I interviewed him. Do you know drugs? He said no. Then why do you loot the bags? He can't explain.
Well, I was going to say maybe he smelled the drugs, and from that he knew it was cocaine or drugs.
Commissioner, having knowledge of drugs, having knowledge of drugs, more especially cocaine, and the state at which that bags were sealed, it will be difficult for one that even myself I cannot say I smelled drugs. With my experience, with my knowledge, there is something that I did to substantiate to say this might be cocaine. The only thing to arrive at that point was to at least open one of the bags, acquaint yourself with what was in the bag. And still, with regard to issue of smell, you cannot. The bags are sealed with that black masking tape, wrapped. When you go inside the bag, you open. Those bricks have been wrapped with this plastic that normally used to wrap foods. In fact, there is a process because they wrap with something, another something, they put their emblem on top, then which will be visible when you look at the brick, so that the intended recipient must know, identify it with the branding, that this comes from this. I don't know whether should I use, this comes from this cartel, or drug cartel. There were some with Red Bulls signs, some with, there were different things, which means where they were packaged. And where they are coming, people should identify them with whoever is sending them.
Maybe I might as well ask this question now, just to get it out of the way on the back of something that you've said now. When you say you had to open one of the bags to check that indeed it is drugs, when you did that, or when you got to the scene, maybe let me say, when you got to the scene and you saw these bags on the back of this bakkie, was any one of them open?
None.
Thank you.
They were still in their original position from where they were sealed. Not original position in terms of in the container. No.
Is it you or is it some other officer that says that you had to use something to poke one of the bags?
It is me.
Yeah, and my sense was that you used something quite
Use something
thin,
like a pin.
And yes,
You use a pin, you press it
poked,
there. When it come out,
yes, there was a powdery substance.
yes, shiny.
And,
It's shiny. Then
And on that basis, you suspected.
Then I
You don't say for a fact. You say you then suspected that it was cocaine.
that is correct, Commissioner.
Not the smell. All right.
Not the smell.
Okay. Thank you.
Colonel, then assume that the briefing ended and you were then assigned by Colonel Ludick as the investigating officer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thereafter, you then say Warrant Officer Rakotso pointed you to the BMW. Can you deal with that at paragraph 13?
Warrant Officer also pointed to me the BMW. That he said, this BMW is together with these police officers.
Yes.
Then, I requested police in uniform, together with Sergeant Pume, now Warrant Officer Pume, to take care of the vehicle and get the driver out of that vehicle.
When you say get the driver out of that vehicle, was that for purpose of interview or what was happening?
For the purpose of interview, his presence on that scene.
And then you also say that he pointed out a red Kia?
He also pointed out the red Kia, which was driven by Warrant Officer Pakula.
And then you say Captain Optov. Also then pointed to a VW Golf.
Captain Optov explained this to me.
Yes.
The driver of this BMW is the one who was chasing us from the scene. Captain Optov, at that time, was dressed in full police uniform. Then I asked him, who is that driver? Then he showed me the person that now is known to me, is Mashaba, who is a traffic officer. That he is the one that is said they are not needed at the scene. It's not their scene, it's his.
So from his point of view, Officer Mashaba informed him that that was his scene.
He was not informing.
Oh,
He was directing them not to go. He was directing them not to be here, to go. You are not needed at this scene. This is the version I got from Captain Optov.
all right. And so you say that in relation to the BMW, you asked Warrant Officer Pume to get the driver an interview. Did you take the same steps as it related to the red Kia, Akule and Mashaba?
I interviewed them
Yourself?
one myself,
Okay.
so that as to acquaint myself with their presence at the scene, their action at the scene.
Okay, and can you give us just a summary, a snapshot of the 3 interviews?
I think it's in my A1 statement in the case docket commissioners.
Just trying to find it quickly.
Paragraphs
254.
14 maybe. In what you say is the annexure. If you look at, Ms. Powe, maybe look at paragraphs 14, 15, and 16.
Commissioner Baloyi, when Colonel is saying his A1, he's directed me to it, so it's page 254 of the bundle. Have you found it, Colonel? You can, I think paragraph 8 is where you start to deal with the 3 interviews.
Correct?
Can you just give us a summary of the 3?
After all the introduction, I started with Warrant Officer Mohana, who alleged that he got the information from his informer. He followed up on the information together with Traffic Officer Mashaba. And later on, he requested Warrant Officer Pakula, who is based in Pretoria, to come assist. Asked him if he tried to get back from his own station, since he is stationed at Zongezizwe SAPS, and his answer, he did not think of contacting his own station. I asked him as to why he did not mention he did not mention his own station to Sergeant Doe, than lying that he is from Hawks, and still he could not give reasons why. And on the question of why were they chasing uniformed police officers on the scene, and his answer was that he was thinking it was his scene. I asked him if he does know drugs, and his answer was no. And on why was he loading what he does not know, his answer was he suspected the consignment to be drugs.
Colonel, before you move to the next interview, because then you go to the Kia, given his answers, what was your sense of Makhane's role in this?
In my own view, when I was looking and checking on what he was explaining, I could see his intention there was not to do police job.
And what was his intention?
His intention was to assist those who requested him to remove those drugs from wherever they were to wherever those two, Mashaba and Nku, wanted them to be.
So are you saying he told the people that he's also from DPCI?
Hawk.
Why are you mentioning the Hawks there?
He said DPCI Hawks.
Thanks.
And in relation to him calling Pakula and...
Sorry, Commissioner. Oh. He said crime intelligent Hawks. Sorry.
And in relation to, is it strange for an officer attending to a scene not to call their own station?
It is strange.
Is it not more than just strange? I thought there's a protocol that requires you to identify yourself properly. So it's strange.
It is an operating procedure to say, wherever you go, the first thing that you do, if I'm leaving my office, 1, I inform those I left behind that I've arrived.
Yes.
2, identify yourself properly to the people that you are, because we are not working in uniform. It's difficult for anyone to identify me. Even if I say I'm a police officer, there is a tool that one must use to confirm or to substantiate me saying that I'm a police officer. That is why we are being provided with police identification card.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, maybe just, mine was related to whether perhaps maybe, is it standard operating procedure for him to have called his station for backup? Because this was in response to you asking, him saying he called Pakula, who's based in Pretoria, and he didn't think of calling his own station.
Commissioners, if you look at the area and you check where is Pretoria, then if he was following up on something that is in motion, then one can see that he will end up losing that which we are following, because we are taking the long route. The first thing first, the approach is, where is the nearest police station? Who are the nearest police? If not, go to 10,111. That is the procedure. I don't call my friends. I call those that will assist.
All right, thank you,
Thanks.
Colonel. Chair, I'm going to move on to the next interview.
Perhaps let's adjourn and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Bowie.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, we are now proceeding to the second interview that you conducted at the Red Kia. So can we go to paragraph 10 of your A1?
I then proceeded to the driver of the red Kia, Sirato, to whom I introduced myself and my participation at the scene and want to know his involvement. And he said he was invited by Warrant Officer Mohana to come assist him, and upon arrival, the bags were already offloaded from the truck into the Nissan buggy, and he could not explain why was the identifiable police vehicle. He could not explain why. In fact, it was supposed to be why the identifiable police vehicles were chased from the scene. He could not respond. I further identified.
Sorry, my apologies. Before you move to the next interview, in relation to Sergeant Pakula, he notes his involvement. What did you make of this? His interview, your interview with him? Given that from his answers, he seems to suggest that he came later on. It was already loaded, and initially in your testimony you said Mashaba, the tall one, was identified as the one who was chasing police officers away.
Yes, because the reason why I put this question of him, of people chasing the police, he indicated first that he is with them. But although he arrived late because he was called by Warrant Officer Mohana, I wanted to know when Mashaba was chasing the police away from the scene, was he part of that? Then he could not respond to that.
Okay, so
he could not indicate as to whether when Mashaba was chasing them, he was part or no, or he arrived late. But the only thing that he says, he's involved on the same scene with them.
Just to
When
understand.
you say he could not explain, did he respond at all? If he did, what did he say?
He kept, when I said, why do you chase the police away? Identifiable. He could not even respond because I was pressed to ask this question by his response that I am part of the team that is doing investigation. Now must be a follow-up question to him. Then if you are part of this team, why do you chase the police away? Then he kept quiet.
And so he never said that he didn't chase the police away, he just didn't respond.
He never indicated to me that he chased them or not, but he kept quiet.
So your deduction was that he acted in concert with them because he identified himself as being part of the team?
Yes.
All right. We can then move to the third interview.
Okay. Further identify myself to the driver of the silver gray VW Golf GTI, who identified himself as Chief Gauteng Provincial Traffic Officer, about his involvement in this investigation. And his response was that it was his information. And on the question of why did they not request for the uniformed police officer to assist, and he said he did not think that way.
Now, when you were briefed, you indicated that you were already told about Mr. Mashaba's aggression towards other people who came to the scene. Did you ask him about that? Because here he makes it seem like his involvement was just that he got the information.
On further engagement, even though it's not noted here, I asked him, you are not a police officer. You don't even, do you know what drugs, look, have you undergone any drug course or anything that can suggest to say you can handle this sin? He said, that is why I'm calling these officers to come and assist. Then, then that also pushed me to say, then, okay, you are calling this one. To me, seated here, I'm seeing them as your friends. Then here, the marked police vehicles, they are coming here to assist upon getting that information or complaint. Why can't you accept them to the scene? Acquaint them with the scene, because that is their area of operation, not yours.
And what was his response to that?
He said he don't even think that way. As long as he got information, because he used to do the arrest, then he still have to.
And then we can move to your last interview.
Then the other interview, I interviewed the driver of the silver gray 7 Series BMW, to whom I identify myself as well, and he identified himself as Tumelongu. His explanation about his involvement was that he was there on his private capacity, and further that he once worked for Transnet before he ventured into business. And the person he knows on the scene was Chief Traffic Mashaba, since he used to give information on illegal cigarette. He further indicated that the information they are working on was his.
And so what did you make of your interview with Mr. Nku?
I also, everybody after having the assault, for you to be here, even if you are an informer, you just give information, then you get feedback from your handler to say, in fact, we have confiscated drugs, we have arrested, this is the case number. If it's a registered informer, it will be informed that claims will be done on your behalf. Then still, he maintained he's not a registered informer. Then there were a lot of questions that point that I highlighted to him to say, by placing yourself on this scene, you are endangering your own life. You are even not supposed to be here. He said, no, I was just monitoring.
Is there ever a reason in your entire experience for having an informer present, even if they are just sitting somewhere at the scene in a corner somewhere?
Unless only if maybe he's an undercover agent that is part of this operation. But you don't have to inform me and follow me. Then it's as good as saying, let's go and work. We are working together. We are no longer giving information. We are working together.
So the fact that he never, all the witnesses confirmed that he never got out of his car until I think when a member of the flying squad went to him to ask him something, that doesn't matter. He should have never been there.
He should never have been there. Again, if you look at that car, also, to me it looked suspicious, because I also investigated the issue of the permit.
Oh, perhaps to give proper context to that, the car that Mr. Nku was driving, what was suspicious about it, you say?
If you look, the permit, when I checked on that permit, I could see that was the second permit on it. Because there's a time frame for the first permit to be placed on that vehicle. If it's not registered within that time frame, then they can reapply for the second permit. Then I asked him, because when I was checking on that permit, there were a lot of some discrepancies that I found, but They were investigated later, not on the scene.
Okay, we'll deal with those discrepancies later in your investigations there. One thing I wanted to ask in relation to Ms. Danku, so he's not supposed to be there, he's an informer, but he doesn't participate in a sense that he just sits in the car. Is that then an offense that he could be arrested for? I guess I'm trying to understand what...
He is part of them. He is
Okay.
part of the three.
So
He is,
in essence that...
he is working with them. He is admitting that he is their informer, he's with them, he's monitoring. Then there was no way for me to say, let me deal with this three and leave this one. Because I wanted to see, these people, this police are misbehaving, are defeating in the present. And to my belief, they wanted to accomplish what he wanted them to do.
So your suspicion was that he's basically have instructed them to do something and he's monitoring that that is done.
That is correct. He was monitoring.
Okay.
Just for clarification, you, in your interview with Chief Mashaba, what was your understanding in terms of, he provided the information, that's what he tells you. He says, it's my information that led to this operation. And indeed, that's what Warrant Officer Mahane said to us, that he got a call from Mashaba. Is it your understanding that, therefore, this is Mashaba's operation? How does it work? Mashaba, who is not SAPS, he comes from a different agency, which is traffic, Gauteng, and then he calls a SAPS officer to report there is this consignment. In the way that things work between agencies especially, this operation then becomes what? Does it become a Mashaba operation with SAPS providing backup? Or is it a SAPS operation which is informed by information from Mashaba, and in this case, it becomes a SAPS operation because he reported to Mahane? Can you just explain that interagency or different agencies' relationship?
Normally, commissioners, it comes from other state agency, it goes to the police. Then it becomes a police operation. It is as good as like you get it from anonymous callers and all those things. Then whoever, if the calls get to say it enters into this agency, like let's say it goes to my head office, my own head office. I'm based in Gauteng. Theirs is to say who is based on that area. Then they dispatch the information to whoever should be in that area. Then once I have done everything, I have to submit an information note to the people that gave me that information. If I open inquiry, I'll quickly open up inquiry, because every action must be based on documents to say, I got this information from head office. They said they got it from so and so. Isn't it that they still need to respond? Then I write my own information note about the operation. That this is what happened, this is what we found, this was the end product of your information, so that they can communicate with whoever submitted the information.
In this case, the information note that you are describing would have gone to Gauteng traffic, because that's the source of the information.
That is the source of information.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, can traffic enforcement ever can they investigate based on your knowledge?
Big no.
Big no.
Big no.
Okay. Then we're going to go back to your main statement.
Criminal
want
matters,
to-
sorry, Commissioner,
you want to
criminal matters are
elaborate?
investigated by the police.
You spoke
And
at
then
the,
other-
sorry. You
and
spoke
oth-
at the sorry. You spoke at the same time. Please repeat that.
I was saying criminal matters are investigated by the police. Unless, not the traffic officer, unless other investigative agencies have been mandated to do so. But not the traffic police. They've got their own responsibilities. No case will ever be referred to them, a criminal matter for investigation. That's a big no. Thank you, Commissioner.
But they cannot conduct a drug bust. Let's just be specific because we are dealing here with a drug bust at Aeroton or at Roykop. You're saying under no circumstances can Mashaba lead a drug bust.
He cannot, Commissioner.
Colonel, we're going to go.
He remained the source of information. Thank you,
Colonel,
Commissioner.
I struggle sometimes when you pause for effect.
Sorry.
But I'll take my cue when you say thank you, and then I'll proceed.
Thank you.
If we can then go back to your statement, we were at paragraph 14. So you then say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and you started the processing of the scene. Can you take us through that?
Paragraph 14.
Yes.
I was also approached by Captain Optov.
Oh, my
Optov.
apologies. Paragraph 14 of your main statement, the one before the commission.
Okay.
So file 1. Because you'll see in the one that you were reading, after you deal with
Okay.
the interviews, you then
Which
deal with
says-
processing. So we are,
All this time, the scene,
Yes.
all this time, the scene was not cordoned. And with the assistance of Warrant Officer Pume and Warrant Officer Machebe, we cordoned the scene. And Colonel Stein arrived at about 12 o'clock. He asked if, spell check, that was supposed to be, if there will be any other assistance that I will be needing. And I said, local criminal record center will be needed together with officer who will be offloading the bags from the black Nissan bag so that the scene can be properly investigated.
Colonel, when you say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and with the assistance of the 2 warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene, which cordoning off did you do?
Can I get that?
Maybe if we go to the pictures again, maybe let's go to 103 of the sketch.
103.
Are you able to, oh, my apologies.
Yes, I'm still there.
Are you able to explain what cordoning off you did?
103.
Yes.
Page 103, that's where the sketch plan is.
Yes, I see this.
Yes. And just before
But
you...
I can see she's not on the same page. We are not.
No, I am.
Yes, but a difficulty I have is that I don't see what depicts the black buggy and the poison's marked police vehicle
On the sketch plan.
on the sketch plan. Can you show me those?
You are correct. I'm not the, I did not draft this sketch plan, Commissioner.
I'm not suggesting that you did. I just wanted to know if you can, or rather you see the depiction of those on there. You don't, you also don't.
I don't.
There was a sketch prepared by the photographer where she explains where each car was, and there was an affidavit accompanying it. Is it in the stain file or something?
It was in the stain files. There's a key to the
There's a
sketch.
key, yes.
My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. It's also in this file. It's just that because the pictures come before, there's an interruption between the sketch plan, and it's on page 18. 180, yes.
118.
No, 18. 18.
You want to maybe pull out 18 and then go back to 103 and then deal with the questions?
Yes, I'm at 118, Commissioner.
So when you look at page 103, can you help by just describing what was cordoned off? You see from that page with the key, it will show you that point E was the red car, which was parked in front of a container. B was the black bakkie where the drugs were loaded, and A was the truck.
Yes, I can see it.
Which means the poisons police vehicle is not where it should be. I don't know, maybe when the sketch was drawn, it was not there. Because then it should be in front of B.
It should be in front of B. I agree.
All right.
Yes, so my question is, you say that you, with the two warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene. So I was just trying to understand what was cordoned off.
In fact, here, Commissioner, even though I don't know where the coordinating tape is, but what I understand,
I did see a picture that has the yellow
I think it will be proper.
ribbon that you normally use. It appears clearly in front of the truck, but I don't know where
yes.
it starts and where it ends.
If you look at page 37, the issue with the pictures is because they are close up, they don't quite show the entire area that was cordoned off. But page 37 clearly shows it in front of the bakkie. And
Maybe
if you go
Ms.
to
Bawe,
page
if you-
40,
Page 19 as well, photo 1. It gives a wider view. And the police van is there. So maybe look at that as well, in addition to the sketch and the other pictures.
yes, so, yes, thank you, Commissioner Balu. At page 19, it's a little faint, but there's a tape that runs from the truck, the yellow truck. It seems to go over the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
And runs towards the container. I'm just not sure where it stops.
I believe, because if you can see on page 19, it must be starting at the cab of the parked truck, go through the bakkie, then up to this other container that is in front of the red Kia. Because between these two trucks, there is a black bakkie in there.
Yes.
That is where the drugs, that is where we cordon for those drugs that are in between the truck and the truck with a container on top.
And then again, if you look at page 40, it should show you the other side. Can you see at photo 38?
40 or 14?
40.
Sorry. Sorry.
Can you see there's a tape
Yes.
that also runs behind what looks like
The
behind
black bag.
the
Yes.
okay. So is it fair to say that the truck and the container, and obviously the contents in between were what was cordoned off?
Correct. That is correct.
And we've learned from testimony that there's an inner and an outer cordoning off. Was this an inner cordoning off of the scene?
This is the inner.
And did you then do the outer?
No.
All right. Then you say Colonel Steyn arrived and he offered assistance. So when he arrived, was this now the first time you're calling on other services like the LCRC?
That is correct.
And he then indicated, maybe just for clarification, what did you ask him to do? To call LCRC and?
Colonel Steyn is coordinating members of drug section.
Yes.
So his presence at the scene was of assistance, because wherever I will overstep or do something, I will still go to him and request for an assistance. If maybe there is something wrong that we did, but because when I introduced him to the scene, he said, no, I think you are still on point. But I said, Colonel, can you, at least for now, assist in calling these relevant stakeholders? Because we have not yet, we started only with the interview. We have not yet done that. Because now I've got a clear picture of what is happening. Can we have this? LCRC should be the first to be called before we can then take back, but we can no longer take them back to the container. We cannot try to rectify what was messed up. The only thing was to say, now these people that, according to me, are defeating, we are now going to show them that this is what we have killed from our scene. The possibility that we must get the DNA from those packaged stuff had you left the scene in its original state. Now that everybody's involved, taken it, then the chances of us getting the DNA, the fingerprints, are very slim, because we will find a lot of them. Then the direction to take it will be, we have to do the elimination of fingerprints, to say, we have to, have you touched this bag? You remember, nobody will ever say, this is the one that was touched by me. Then we have to, when we do elimination, because if I touch, when they check the fingerprints, should they come across mine, they will know that this was the person who was at the scene. Then we do elimination. Who else touched this? But when everybody touched, now we make it difficult for the LCRC person to get, because we must remember, if I'm in charge of the scene, I give direction to the LCRC member. This is what I want. I want to extract or to check the existence of any DNA on the item. Fingerprints that can link to origin, to the origin of the person who packaged, because Maruma and others never packaged those things. That is the discrepancies that I caused on that scene. Then Colonel Steyn called LCRC, which is a standard procedure, which is one of the requirements, which is the first thing that one have to do at the scene. Before, even because there was no commissioners, there was no agent, there was nothing that forced that thing to be speedily done. It is at a secure place. It arrived at its owner. You just tell the owner, let this container and this truck remain as is. There is something that I want to check. We have received this type of info. This is the introduction that you will never be suspicious when you call somebody like this. I'm at your place, I'm suspecting this. So can you, with your assistance, let this be as is until the people that I will be requesting come and assist. That was supposed to be done that way.
Colonel, before I go too far, just to put it to you, Pakula testified yesterday that he ordered the cordoning off. Just to confirm that you deny that it is your team that ultimately did
He would
the
be
cordoning.
lying.
All right, thank you.
And sorry, Commissioner. Pakula is working for Nino. If I have to explain, like I explained about Mashaba,
Yes.
Pakula is working at Nino. Okay, sorry. Pakula is working at Nino because we engaged during the interview. He's working at Nino, and there was a point that I even showed to him that you only investigate cases that have been referred to your office. You don't initiate investigations. Certain cases that are referred to head office are investigated by them. Physical investigation, not to involve on the scene. That is his role and the part of investigation. I can even further to say he knows nothing about drugs. Unless if maybe he said he knows. They investigate complaints. Where if you have opened a case somewhere, then there is a feeling that the investigation is not properly done. When they are referring the cases to them, then that is theirs.
I mean, it has to be referred to formally on paper. There has to be a document that goes to them to say, investigate this.
That is correct. I even informed his Colonel Sipungu. Told them both. I had an engagement with Sipungu, but that was a destructive engagement by him because he was trying to distract. I pointed to him those point that you must remember, Colonel, you are now interfering. Colonel Sipungu.
And maybe on this point, just to be clear, what it is, what the position is, in fact. What Warrant Officer Pakula said is that he investigates blue light robberies. Let me read what he says. He says, my duties included investigation at national level of blue light robberies, airport following robberies, and then head office inquiry files, which seems to be what you're describing, that it is matters referred to them. But that's the third thing that he says. The first two, he investigates blue light robberies and airport following robberies. Are you saying he doesn't do that? He works only on referral?
Works on referral.
Only?
Only.
Okay, thank you.
Then, Colonel, you say that you indicated to Colonel Steyn that you also needed officers to offload. That would have been once LCRC is there.
Once LCRC is there.
All right. And then we can move to paragraph 15.
Colonel Steyn then indicated that Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris will assist me in handling those bags loaded in the Nissan Baki. And whilst we were waiting for LCRC to come, I continued interviewing four male persons. That was pointed to me by Warrant Officer. That was pointed to me. That is Warrant Officer Mohana, Pakula, Mashaba, and Tumelungu. The outcome of the interview led to the arrest of Warrant Officer
Of the four.
Of the four I mentioned, details contained in the police case docket, Boyson's Case 98 of 7/2021, which I therefore refer to NJS1, which is my A1 statement in that Boyson's case, Commissioners.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Woods.
Wait, my apologies, Colonel. Before you move on to that paragraph, just to understand, you are saying that the outcome of the interview leads then to their arrest. And at this stage, if I'm understanding, you are still waiting for LCRC. The bags haven't been offloaded, neither have they been opened.
Yes.
So in terms of the interview leading to the arrest, at that stage, what were you arresting them for?
Now, Commissioners, I indicated earlier on that their action led me to believe that their action were intended to defeat the end of justice. That was the first thing that I told them. I further said, should other investigation prove you otherwise, then you will be charged with possession, with dealing in drugs, because of this, the magnitude and the originality and others. Here you are not possessing. This is pure dealing. That is what I told them.
Okay, so at this stage, they understood that they were going to be arrested for defeating the ends of justice.
That is correct.
You can
That-
then. Oh, my apologies, Colonel.
No, I'm fine. I think there was some, but that is that one. The one that I want to say, I think is maintained in my statement. I can.
Okay, so we can go to paragraph 16.
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested person, made a call.
My apologies, 16.
Oh, Warrant Officer Woods of LCRC arrived at around 14 hours or so. And in the presence of all four now arrested, in the presence of the arrested, now Captain Norkia, Warrant Officer Morris, and Machebe started offloading the black sports bag wrapped with black masking tape from the black Nissan. The first bag was unwrapped, and the content inside was brick-like. And I took it because they were about, these bags, they were about 23, but having different numbers of those brick-likes. The first bag, if I still remember well, it was containing around 23 bricks, which, according to my knowledge, each brick was estimated to be 1 kilogram. Then, of which I can arrive to a conclusion that, which means the black bag one could be estimated at 23 kg. That was my assertion of what was happening. Then I took one of those bricks in the presence of the four, indicating to them, before I could say, I suspect this to be drug, I have to have reasons. Then I took a pin, pressed it on this, then I did that as demonstrated, and to say, you see, then now I can come to a conclusion. Guys, according to me, I will say, you will be dealing in drugs. Your actions of defeating, to me, suggest that you are also dealing in these drugs. That is when I arrived at that arrest, Commissioners.
Colonel, when you opened one and took a pin to see the contents or the powdery substance. Where was Officer Stein, Morris, Norkia? Were they also?
Okay. This is how the scene was processed. Machebe, Morris, and Dale, Norkia, they are responsible for the offloading. Everything that they are doing, I'm now in charge. I'm the scene manager. I'm saying to them, there was for sure one example of bag that was opened. That shows how we opened that one. Then I said, you open one. I want to show this gentleman that what is inside the bags. Because they are clueless. They don't know what is in the bag. Then that is when, I can't recall whether it was Morris, Machebe, or Norkie. But that is when that was opened. And then one brick brought to me, performed that exercise. Then it was taken to a side so that it cannot be counted with, it cannot be put in the same seal bag as those. Should warrant officer want to further his investigation with regard to the DNA testing. That is what I did, we did.
And was Warrant Officer Woods present for that process?
That is correct.
And was this then the bag that was opened photographed as well?
Before we open the bag, we request him, take the bag at its original state. We are now doing demonstration. Open, you take it, then we are opening it. You open, then we are counting. We count, he put them aside after counting. He took photograph of those.
So if we can go to page, maybe from 56. Oh, that's an earlier one.
Okay, boy, can I, it's a suggestion and you can reject it if it doesn't make sense, because these photos are not very clear. In the stain file 109 and 111, where we have better color photos, I don't know if that will help or if you're confident that this one will show us what we need to see.
No, I'm trying to glance at the site because I had asked for the stain file to be loaded. I'm just checking if it's ready.
I think stain 109 and 111 maybe gives us a better picture of.
Yes. Yes. Yes, so you started by opening, by photographing it as it was on the van, and then as you open each bag and unwrap.
That is correct.
There are other pictures in the stain file. It's at the beginning of the exhibit.
Yes. 4 and
Page
5.
4 and 5.
Yes.
This one.
Colonel, can you confirm that that's a representation? So at page 4, you see all of the bags offloaded, all of them are closed. Then 5 is one bag opened.
Yes.
Can you see that? And then at 6 is where all of them are at least one bag is unpacked.
6, yes, I see it.
No, I just wanted you to confirm that's what you were describing.
Yes, this is what I was describing, Commissioner.
And then also, you say there were there are clearly images on the bricks themselves. There's a Red Bull on some,
Yes, there's a Red Bull on some.
and
Others, you can see there are eagle. It's an
at
eagle
page
line.
8,
A seagull, we were told.
Sorry?
Seagull.
at page 8.
Yes.
And just to get a sense, had you seen these pictures before, or this kind of marking before?
Yeah, before this incident,
Yes,
yes, I came across a lot.
these very ones.
This branding are common in my investigation of drugs. I've come across them before. I've worked at the airport, intercepted some of these.
All right. And then you indicate that once you took a pin and inserted, and you saw the powdery white substance, which you say you concluded or suspected that it was cocaine.
Correct.
You then informed the 4 that they were arrested for now defeating the ends of justice and an additional charge of dealing in drugs.
That is correct.
And now, did the counting of these exhibits happen in front of the accused, or the suspects? My apologies.
Immediately when Warrant Officer Woods arrived, when we offload, the 4 of them were made to be present to see, so that they must not come at a later stage and claim that one of the bag was moved in a suspicious manner, might be missing. So the counting, everything, offloading back, because they were not counting when they were loading. That is what I have detected when on my interview with Mohana, because I wanted to know how many bags are in this bag. He could not state.
So in the process of offloading, unwrapping, and counting, what of it did they witness?
What?
Which aspects of it did they witness? Just the offloading and the one bag being opened, or the entire process of processing the bag?
They have to see the entire process. Offloading, opening, counting, sealing. Because after counting, after having done everything, now we have to put them on our own forensic bag, not the sports bag. On our own forensic bag.
Okay. Officer Mahan testified that he only witnessed some and not the entire process of counting.
I will say that was his selective way of wanting to admit certain and leaving others. He was present at all times.
And in fact, I think it's all of them who denied being part of the entire process. But I'll just put that to you. And just to take a step back, when you said you've seen the insignia before, the seagull and the bull, was that ever linked to any cases that you can recall?
I can get. Was it ever linked?
Yes.
To any place?
A drug cartel or something that you can recall?
What I can recall, or what I've identified during my term as an investigator in this, the only thing that I can testify or that I can tell this commission is to say they were coming from the same direction.
Direction being?
they were from Sao Paulo in Brazil also. All, if not, most of that I've dealt with. I don't have to say all because I don't know of others, but that I was dealing with regard to this insignia and others, they were tracked to be from the same direction, which is Brazil. Like these ones, they were loaded at a port of, that port in Sao Paulo.
Santo,
So?
Porto Santo something.
Port of Santos in Sao Paulo.
And have you, in the past, where you've seen this, identified the recipients?
The challenge is here. Most of the people that you are arresting, you can see that they are being used. They will be charged with possession, but they are not able to explain where they're taking them to. Even because I have to inform this commission, some will just come through these couriers. When we look at the address, if you go to the address, you will find maybe they can either give you an address, but when you go at the address, they can even give my own address, my address, because they will be knowing the courier people. They make a call because they will be knowing where they go. The person, that the intended recipient, will be just an ordinary person. When we get into the address, the owners of the place, we will find them not to know the person who is, because he has
Meaning
never.
they are not expecting a consignment.
They are not expecting consignment. That is the tricky part of this type of
It's
investigation.
your point that you always identify the couriers but never the kingpins.
Never the kingpins.
Thank you, Colonel. And then just in relation to Warrant Officer Woods, if you can go to page 17 of the exhibit bundle, the big file.
Yes, I'm on 17, Commissioner.
You will see there at, can you just read paragraphs 4 and 5?
Yes. At 14, due to the request from Detective Warrant Officers, I attended an alleged scene of crime at Omni Park, Ireton Drive. The scene and certain points were indicated to me by Detective Warrant Officer Jose after I made my own observation. I took photos of the alleged scene of crime.
Right. So you see what she says there differs from your recollection. Could it be that she came earlier? Or because on your affidavit you say she arrived at around 1400 hours, and in the presence of the accused, you offloaded the vehicle, and you also testified that you would have been the one who would have told her, laid out the scene for her.
When she arrived at the scene, I personally spoke to her.
Yes.
Or maybe, I don't know, when she was drafting this, the person that she knows there was Rijoso or others. But I remember explaining to her what was happening. But I cannot dispute what she's saying. Reason being, she wanted to know what was, I don't know, because she has got a format of completing the people, like the people who introduced her to the scene. I don't know whether when she arrived, she met with Rukhoso. Then on that pro forma statement where you enter the name of people, she entered. But I don't want to say much about that because that is her testimony.
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
Do you think she arrived only 15 minutes after you had arrived at the scene? I'm asking that looking at paragraphs 6 and 7 of your statement, your main statement. You got a call at 11 and you arrived at the scene 30 minutes later, which would have been 11:30. And she says she arrived at the scene at 11:45.
With regard to her arrival, but I remember everything was done at around 2.
Yeah, all right.
So, for the sake of not trying to be lost on the issue of the time of the arrival time, maybe, I will say maybe, but the whole scene, when it was started to be processed, it was around that time of 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And I see the arrests, if you just go to the Section 35 certificates, the arrest of these 4 people was at around 1:15. So it's possible that Officer Wood is correct that all these things were happening around 12 o'clock and not at 2 o'clock,
Not
as you
2.
suggest.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Because all 4 people signed their Section 35 rights certificate at 13:15.
That might be correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. Then can we go to paragraph 17?
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested person, made a call on his cell phone, and he wanted me to speak to the person he was calling. And that person introduced himself to me as Brigadier Shibiri, and he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution. And I said they are under arrest, and his reply was, no problem, okay, no problem.
Just to understand, did you know where Brigadier Shibiri was from?
What?
Where was he from?
I was told it's at organized crime. I don't know whether it was at the provincial organized crime or what.
And when he says he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution, what does that mean?
I did not want to answer because I said, Brigadier, these people are under arrest. No further explanation.
What did you ask? What did you understand him to be asking you?
Maybe he did not want us to proceed or to take that direction that we are taking of arrest. That is my thinking now, to say, oh, but then, not now. Because he is saying, don't we have any other thing that we can do other than that? No, I said they are under arrest. He said, no, thank you.
Oh, so you understood him to be asking
Yes. Then
maybe not arrest.
Then in one of my discussion, because that call, I still have to relay it to my superiors to say, I got this strange call from this person. I remember, I said, General Kadwa, but that was not on the day. But I said, on that day I got, when we were doing the presentation now on the cell phone records, I was saying, General Kadwa, I got a call from a person who identified himself as Shibiri, whilst we were still there at the scene. He said, no, he also phoned me. He wanted to know. Because when he was calling me, I said, just bear in mind, I'm working this with my general. He is here. He dropped. That is when he said, okay, he dropped. Then when I'm relaying the incident to General Kadwa, I say, I got this call which is, to me, it was strange, from Brigadier Shibiri. Then he said, he also phoned me. I said, what did he say? He said, no, arrest them. On that call, General Katwa said, he received, if the record, the cell phone records could state, it will show that it was Mashaba and then General Katwa, because he did not call me on my phone. He was phoned by Mashaba. After dropping the call, then he called General Katwa. That is what I got as and when I was presenting on what looked suspicious.
Who called Kadwa? Shibiri or
Shibiri.
Mashaba?
Shibiri.
Okay.
And just to make sure I follow, to you he asked about amicable solution. To General Kadwa he said arrest.
Arrest.
All right. Then you can proceed to paragraph 18.
We continued to process the scene, and Captain Norkia and Morris were recording the exhibit, and as part of my investigation, I confiscated all the cell phones of the arrested person.
Okay. Colonel, can we stop here? Just to understand, Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris were processing the exhibits. Did you play any part in the recorder of that process?
I must at all times be present when they are doing those. In the counting, in their entering those exhibits, because Colonel Stein also what he did, he arranged for the book, the SAP-13 book, to be brought to the scene so that everything can be recorded at the scene.
Let's understand the answer. Ms. Powe asks, did you play any part? And your answer is, I must always be present. So were you present watching as they were counting, or were you part of the counting in that you also did counting?
They were counting in my presence. I was not.
You were not counting?
I was not physically counting.
And you were not putting into
I was not
exhibit
putting
bags.
them in the evidence bag, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
So while you were watching, did they tell you about the final numbers?
Yes.
Do you recall?
But I think
If you don't recall, it's also okay.
I can't recall, but I know they were, when I was estimating, when I was compiling, I said they are about half a ton. That was my conclusion, to say those kilograms, as long as they are above 500, which means they are about a ton.
There's a record somewhere.
No, because
even if you don't recall off the top of your head.
I'll take you there.
I can't remember. There were seven.
There should be.
There must be seven something.
Seven.
Because
yes.
that was, yes, what they told me, the number that they told me is around seven something. Seven.
Yes, I think that's the figure we were given.
715 is the
715, 715.
Yes. Just to say that we've heard testimony. In fact, we've just looked at Morris's statement where he deals with, maybe let's just go to page 6.
Of which bundle?
The one, the big one in front of you.
Page?
6. Can you see it's a statement. It's a statement from Warrant Officer Morris, and if you go to paragraph 9, he then itemizes or lists the number of bricks that have been placed in each forensic bag. Can you see that?
Yes.
And when you count, so the number that he's listed as 16 packages, if you add all of those numbers together, you only get to 700.
I'm lost, Commissioner.
So you see how he says from the first sport kit bag, we placed 18 packages into the unique forensic bag number X.
Yes,
And then again, he says 14 packages into unique bag number X.
yes,
Now, if you count the number of packages listed, you only get to 700.
yes.
The same happens when you look at the SAP 13 register. I'm just trying to find it.
Which
quickly.
is,
Which is on page 277 of that same file. Are you there?
yes, I'm on 277.
Yeah, you'll see there again, it will list the evidence bag number, and then it will describe how many packages were in that evidence bag.
That is correct.
Except there's one of them where the total number hasn't been set out. But if you take that bag number and check it alongside Warrant Officer Morris's statement, you'll see the number there. But when you calculate the number of packages, you add them together again. Based on the SAP 13, you also again just get to 700.
That is correct.
Maybe to complete the point, when the lab then does a count of the same 29 bags, the total there is 715.
On page?
If you go to page 313, my apologies. That is the statement, the 212 statement of Modise. And if you go to paragraph 3, are you there?
313, yes.
Yes. You'll see there, she says that she was on duty and received 49 sealed evidence bags and lists all of the unique numbers. And then at the last sentence, says the total number of solid substance block was 715.
Where?
The last sentence of paragraph 3.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes, so there seems to have been a mistake in the counting of...
Is the explanation perhaps, I don't know, I'm not sure about the chronology, but I remember Colonel Stein saying that one of the bricks got stuck onto the side of the bags, and it was stuck there as a result of the adhesive tape, and that it was taken and put together with the rest at a later stage. Perhaps that may not be the explanation, but I remember that detail. Where it fits in the bigger scheme of things, I have no idea.
Yes,
or is
Chair.
it already accounted for where you take us to the 700?
No, it only just creates another mistake, which is that would have been the 716th block. And that's explained. If you look at page 310, there's an affidavit by a Mabasa that deals with the additional brick that was received, and that's after the 715. And just to say that I think, if I recall, Colonel Stein did accept that there is a mistake. Similarly, and we'll deal with the Gerber report, remember the internal report from DPCI, also noted that there were mistakes in the counting of the exhibits. Were you aware of this?
Of the counting.
Yes.
What I remember, Commissioner, is that with regard to the one that was left somewhere, I think in the docket, Captain Norkia brought me another statement to say this is the last one that was submitted to forensic. Then I attached it because he said when we reached there, we found that the numbers are not tallying. So then this is what we did. We traced then this back. I don't know, but there was an explanation to that by Colonel Norkia, by Captain Norkia, to say this is an additional statement
Yes.
of resubmitting
Yes,
the ones that were not part of the first one that was sent. I got that report.
Yes, the explanation was that Warrant Officer Woods, when they took all of the packaging material for testing, that one of the blocks was stuck in the adhesive because all of the bags are wrapped in tape. So when they were running dirt analysis, they discovered that one of the bricks was stuck, and they gave it to the DPCI, Warrant Officer Norkia.
And of
And
which
that was then taken a month later to the lab, bringing the count to 716.
that one I agree.
Yes, so I'm just, so you had no knowledge of the discrepancies in the counting?
When Captain Norkia was giving me this second statement, that is when I became aware that not all bricks were submitted at the same time there. But of the report, on the report of, you said the Gerber report, I was not aware of that report.
All right. Then just to complete what happens along the exhibits, you know that the exhibits were then submitted to Boyson's, SAP 13. Do you know anything about the movement of the exhibits?
I kept on checking because we work at it as a team to say, when are you submitting those exhibits? Because Captain Norkia informed me that, even I think Colonel Stein informed that, you must remember that the station commander of Boyson's does not want those drugs to be kept there for a long time. Then I am then informed that forensic is saying they don't have a space. They are making an arrangement on the date on which they can send them to forensic.
And who gives you this update?
Sorry?
Who's telling you this?
I'm informed by Colonel Stein.
Okay, and then you know that Boyson's doesn't want them, and the lab is saying that they'll give you a date on which to give them. What happens in that intervening period? What do you know of what happens?
Then Later on, I was told by Captain Norkie that an arrangement has been done that they be removed from Boysen's SAPS and they will be kept at Pretoria College. There is a good space, there is a safe there that they can lock them there.
And from your knowledge and experience, was that appropriate?
I will say any movement or any change should be substantiated by a statement. If they say Pretoria College has got a safe, one will have to submit a statement to say, because that chain must not be broken. The continuous possession of those drugs must have a clear passage to say they went then, and it must also be stated their originality, referring to after the packaging. When forensic receives them, they must receive them in the state at which they were packaged. So that is why I'm saying any movement, any person who will be coming across that exhibit must submit the statement. If, like I was told by Captain Norkie, they said there was an arrangement that they be kept at Pretoria College. I don't know whether the Pretoria College, they were referring to the Pretoria Police Training College or what, but the indication to me was they will be kept at Pretoria College.
Now, we know from testimony that the college or the area in which the exhibits were kept is not a SAP safe. There's no, the check-ins that are usually done at SAP registers, so, and a clerk and all of that, that doesn't exist at a college. It's essentially a strong room.
That I was not aware of. And that I was not part of that arrangement.
And is it appropriate, though, based on your knowledge?
I will say it is appropriate only if I have acquainted myself with this, the type of the security where it is supposed to be. Because if I can now say it is not appropriate, and then the evidence is brought to me that it was a safe, the police were in charge of the keys, there was 24-hour guard, no one else has laid his hand on those exhibits, then if it was done that way, I will say it's appropriate. But if it was just dropped or taken to a place where the security is questionable, that I won't accept to be appropriate.
You were no longer personally responsible for the custody of the substance or substances?
No.
Colonel, if I remember the testimony of Colonel Steyn correctly, he had testified that there were no cameras and that there wasn't a guard directly in front of where it was kept. There are, of course, guards around the college. Does that in any way change your answer?
It can't change my answer.
All right. And then just to complete this, we also heard testimony that when the exhibits arrived at the labs, the lab noted that there were small tears in the exhibit bags, necessitating Norkia and Morris to put 8 of the bags into new evidence bags. Were you aware of this?
That is a common practice, but I was not aware of this one.
All right. And just generally, as the investigating officer, how far does your oversight of these processes go? So, at the scene, you are very clear that you witnessed everything and they did it, but you were there, it was in your presence. After that, when it comes to the movement of your exhibits, what exactly is your role? Or is it very limited?
That is why I'm saying there were some taskings to say you will be assisted. In terms of movement, once there is a team that has taken the custody of the exhibit, that remains with them. Mine is just to get each and every statement of the movement to say this is what we did, so that it can still maintain the integrity of my evidence. So, but if certain facts are not disclosed to me, then that I can say that can be questionable.
And just to complete the picture of what happens with the exhibits, I do note that by 2022, you were no longer in this investigation. Am I correct?
Correct.
We know from testimony that sometime in 2024, the lab discovers that 136 kilograms
In
is
2024?
unaccounted for. Yes.
What happened? Sorry.
136 kilograms is unaccounted for in what remains with the lab.
That is news to me.
All right, thank you. Colonel, then let's move to paragraph 19.
I have noticed in the downloading record of all accused that Mashaba did not know Mohana before 09/07/2021, and they were introduced to each other by a person stored as Police Albertine, who became to be known to me as Warrant Officer Pokungwana, who at the time was hospitalized for COVID.
Thank you. Colonel, just to get the timeline here, you confiscated the phones on the day, and then you mentioned that when you noticed something in the downloading. When did the downloading happen?
Even though I cannot give the exact, but my investigation in terms of the gadgets, they were quick, because within a space of a week, I had already identified, before we could go for their bail application. That is when I identified through when they were checking, because I kept in contact with the people doing downloading. They said, there you are having a strong case. There is this communication. Then I went and checked, because that thing must be completely done. I just needed something at the initial part of my investigation to say, no, with this, now I'm armed with the charge of dealing in drugs. Based on the first communication chat that I got from Munku's phone. Because the reason why I requested it to be done, his presence at the scene was doubt, created a lot of doubt. I wanted to know, this person is here. This person is here, an informer. But maybe I can get something on him. That is when I was called to say, no, there is this suspicious communication.
So are you saying that within the space of a week, at least a preliminary assessment had been done, analysis had been done?
And
some sort of preliminary analysis had been done?
Yes.
But that you were still undertaking further?
It was not yet compiled to me to say, now you can use it as a complete part of our digital investigation.
Okay, so you were given some information about it, but the complete analysis wasn't done yet.
No, it wasn't done yet.
Okay. And then you say that you noticed that Mashaba didn't know Mohana, and that they met each other through Pokungwani, which seems like it's on that day. What did you make of this?
The issue of Warrant Officer Pokungwan, it was detected on the cell phone records. This communication says, if I still remember, it says, we are not happy about our consignment being intercepted at Isipingo on the 22 of June, 2021. You remember, mine is done on the 9th. Then this part of communication speaks to the thing that happened a month earlier, which is June, on the 22nd of June. This is that communication says. Now the police get people who will secure and make sure that the police does not intercept this. This is the instruction given to Nku. Nku now is forwarding this message to Mashaba. General, organize members. The people are not happy. This communication on itself now brought conclusion to me. Now, I'm now in the case to say, the people now that are brought, which is Mohana and Pakula, because they wanted the real soldiers. These are the real soldiers.
Can you please take us step by step through everything you are saying now? If you are saying it based on the statement of somebody, please take us there.
No, this is only based.
Everything that you are saying now.
Okay.
You step by step, take us there, please.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. Cell phones were seized. They were taken for downloading. Then evidence that came out of the downloading, which I cannot all explain now because we have to do the presentation. I remember I even did the presentation to different head of the provinces. Then that evidence came through that communication. Then it was speaking to Pokungwa. In fact, the people that
Are
I
you
can...
talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
Sorry, ma? Sorry.
Are you talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
The WhatsApp chats that were obtained in the download. They were speaking about Warrant Officer Pokungwa. Pokungwa said, I will get you somebody. Then there was, after that, there was WhatsApp calls. Then it shows that these people called each other, Pokungwa and Mashaba. The calls lasted for, I cannot now, but it shows that is when he was submitting the telephone number of Nku. Because on the WhatsApp chat he said, you will get one. Then after that call, Mashaba is making a call to.
Just a minute. Colonel, we feel that you are not giving us sufficient detail. You seem to be proceeding from the premise that the information is available somewhere there. Yes, it is, but for purposes of our own record, because we will have to make our own findings, we want the detail for ourselves. Perhaps we should take the lunch adjournment at this stage, come back at 2 p.m., and if you want to lay your hands on the presentation you are referring to, please do so over the lunch break. We want details. What did the chat say? Who said what to whom? And you must take us through that step by step for the narrative to make sense to us. We don't want to read between the lines. Am I making sense?
It makes sense, Commissioner, but
Yes.
now the problem is because I'm trying to, I even may try to make an arrangement to say those who are now having the docket and those who were having, because I think that was left with the Jamestown people for further investigation. I don't know, but it is there. I spoke to the analyst at some stage when I was requested to, because I said, I think certain evidence need to be presented. Then he said the laptop crashed. But what he's he's having, he said it's a bigger, what on, I think it's on Excel or what.
But it may be enough for the immediate for us to tell a story that flows, that makes sense, that tells us who said what to whom. Surely you remember part of that, if not all of that, off the top of your head. The detail may not necessarily be what is contained in the document, but all we want is for you to tell us a coherent story. Thus far, the story is not coherent at all. Say there were WhatsApp chats, and then we're left in the dark as to the detail. Am I making sense?
Commissioner, you are still making sense.
Yeah.
I will just make sure that I make a phone call to say if there is still that, they can just make sure that they email such so that it can be presented here.
Perhaps
that will indicate.
Perhaps Ms. Bowe will come to your rescue. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Yes, Chair, we do have some information at our disposal. If we can just take the lunch adjournment, I'll
Yes.
discuss with Colonel if we have the same thing, and if not,
Yes.
I'll assist him to make means.
Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.